Hello there. How's it going this evening? I yeah, how are you doing? I uh I see hello Cosmic Ray, another Python coding night, maybe some imaging. I'm hoping to actually focus more on the imaging than the coding tonight. I hope. Um so we'll see. Hello Dark Shades. Good evening. Thanks for joining. And hello Wiley Site. Yeah, cuz thanks for joining. Um Yeah, I last night I had updated the code. Oh, wow. Hello, Mark Young. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Seiko, hi. Hi, Turf. How's it going? Thanks. The football commentators will be discussing the use of Python. Yeah, so yesterday I hadn't updated the code in a bit. And I updated it just before the live stream. And anyhow, long story short, I did do a little bit of coding earlier today, but it was before the stream. And my plan was to try to keep things as stable as possible um, because I wanted to focus more on imaging. As a matter of fact, and I was hoping to get the kind of the calibration, um, horizontal calibration, and some other things kind of worked out before the stream. And I don't know if I've got it calibrated, but I did start imaging just 2 stars, or 1 star. Let me switch. So I picked this Sweet Sweet Sheet. Sheet is the name of it, I guess, is the name of the star. It's an actual star. And yeah, so I just wanted to get it imaging. The rejection rate, it's, as always, like one is worse than the other. Um, yeah, so I basically, that was actually this is actually the second star that I had. First I started with Altair and then I moved on to this because I was wanting to try to get the Seestars calibrated so we could move on to the main event. I did. I will have to restart it briefly here, I think, because I want to test. Um, Basically, one of the things I wanted to do tonight was uh, live stack outside of, or live live stack on my computer instead of live stacking on the telescope. And so to do that, I made some minor adjustments because I was afraid that I didn't have enough disk space on my laptop. So I have an external SSD here, right here off camera, plugged into the computer. And I made a change to save to that drive. So I'm going to have to restart it and make sure it actually works. And assuming it does, actually, what I'm going to have to do first is stop imaging. And unfortunately, I made some changes that is going to make that a little tricky. Um, Maybe I'll fix that. Maybe I'll change this code because this is going to cause me some grief. Yes, I know. I've barely showed an image and I'm already looking at code. Sorry, Cosmic Ray. Yeah, it was this code. Okay. So what I need to do, I need to restart. I need to stop and restart. And if all goes well, I should be able to go back to live view on this one. Okay, cool. And now I can stop this one and I can go to live view on this and stop this one. And theoretically, it should start saving files. Hold on, let me move over here. I've got to find the external volume, and let's see. I put it under this directory. Okay, great. I think this is the directory. Hopefully this will work. This is the only thing that I haven't tested, is that the path logic is correct. Okay, so I have, this is on an external volume. I created some directories with the different devices, and there's nothing here yet, probably because live view is off. So let me go look. Let me pick one of these and go to star mode, and hopefully it will just start. Okay. Hopefully this should, if it all works well. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, that was fast. Frame almost immediately showed up. Let's go look. Actually, let me go back to this telescope here and go to what I want to do is change the settings, because this is what I did yesterday, where I had increased the preview time. I'm going to turn it to 10 seconds. Maybe that'll work. Okay. Okay, so now that's an error, and I cannot shape error. Reshape. Dang it, 367. Maybe because of what I was doing here. Get star preview. So theoretically, interesting. No, see, it does check to see if there's an error there, and if it does, it clears out the image. And this is not actually. Oh, that's not good. Okay, okay, good. Since the save logic is new, I just noticed an error. I mean, let me fix this real quick, and hopefully this. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's. Hopefully it's the last fix of the night, but. Okay, now, so the good thing about all this is it is saving in the right directory, because it showed up in that Finder, the file browser, so I just need to, okay, exception, and I'm just going to, actually what I'm just going to do is, since this is save logic, I'm just going to completely ignore this even happened. Not ideal, but for tonight. Anyway, sorry. Okay, hopefully that is sufficient. I can restart this and go back to here, and the image starts loading. It should have a 10-second preview time, and yeah, it's pulling down a preview frame. And if that loads, okay, is that actually 10 seconds? Let me see. Okay, so here's older frame. Yeah. So you can see if you look at like some of these stars here, they're brighter. They get brighter. So I'm going to stick to that. It bothers me that it's drifting a little bit, so we may have to mess around with that. But the concept is there. So actually, let me go to the other one. I'm going to set this to 10 seconds. Save it. Live view it. Oops, sorry. Live view it. It's off, or it's stopped, so I'm going to go into star mode. And if all goes well, I should be able to and it should bring up, ideally if this works, it'll start. Oh yeah, there, see, look, it started. It hasn't shown up on the screen yet, but it's pulling frames. And so this is from the other one. Yeah, cool. So we're pulling images from both telescopes, saving them to this directory. Now it's saving to 2 different directories, and that's okay, because so there will be some minor adjustments on the fly as we're going tonight, but it's saving images. So I'm gonna go. I was thinking of doing the Veil Nebula first thing, but then I started thinking the problem is that's such a big target. One thing I didn't do is look at the time, so let's quickly check the times on all these targets, see where they are in the sky. So I'm going to skip Veil. I'm going to go to Deer Look Group. Okay, that's fine. 281. Hate that when it does that. NGC 281. Okay, that's low, so that's fine. I'll do that later. And I think Fishhead Nebula is even lower. Wrong one. I see 1795. Yeah, even lower. And let's see where Pluto is in case I want to do Pluto. And Pluto is almost it's actually kind of poking out there. So Pluto's a maybe. I'm not going to do Veil. I'm going to do, I'm going to have both telescopes going at, I'm going to be doing a couple different targets. I'm going to do the Deer Lick group, and Stevens Quintet, which I tried yesterday, but it had some issues with the targeting. That one is a 2-panel mosaic. So do I want to actually do that one? Somehow I'd have to live stack both of them. I'll put a maybe on that one. Now NGC 281, I'm going to have both telescopes pointing at the same target, and I'm going to make a minor change to where the directories are to go into, you see I have this directory here. I have per telescope directories, but I also have a unified directory. And so I'm going to change, I want to be able to do it on the fly, but I don't have the ability to do it at this moment. I had started adding some settings in the configuration file, and you can edit the save subframes within the config editor that I showed last night, but I didn't get the directory in place. Anyway, long story short, some of the targets I'm going to say put in the unified directory, some else, the single panel objects I'm going to put in unified, so that way I can stack 2 telescopes at the same time. Now, Yeah, I'm just looking at the targets. Most of them are going to be that way. They're single telescope or single targets, one panel, so they'll go into the unified directory. Now, Deerlick group would be the only one that's not that way. You know, maybe. Well, let me look at the times here. I might have enough targets to go without doing the Deerlick group again. So NGC 281 was higher. The other one was Helix because I want to try to get some time on that, and I think that would be a cool since it's one of the targets that goes in this kind of narrow window trench in my of visibility I have in my backyard. I think that would make a great target where to have two telescopes going at it at the same time because it's only visible for a very brief period of time. So that would be let me see. So that is Helix, and that's not going to be visible until about 11. So let me make a note here. When I first started imaging, it was more like midnight a few weeks ago. So after 11 p.m. Might do M33. I'm on the fence on that one because that one just ends up being really bad. And then I'm going to do NGC 253, the sculptor. Oh, that's not going to be till late. Yikes. Okay, so that's going to be. We'll see if I actually make it that late tonight. It'll be after 1:30. Used to be between 2:30 and 4, so I'm going to go after 1:30. That's a maybe. So I've got Helix after 11. Yeah, I'm going to skip the Deerlick group. But theoretically, I could start doing Pluto any moment. So I'm not going to do a normal mosaic. What I'm going to do is individual targets on both telescopes, saving raw frames locally, and then live stacking outside of the Seestar. So let's see. Let me just double check here. One last thing and we'll get going. Pluto. Okay, that's later. So right now, Pluto is visible. So maybe I should take a crack at Pluto first thing. So I'm going to scratch Deerlick group. And yeah, so I've got 4 targets. I've got Pluto, NGC 281, IC 17, which is the Pac-Man Nebula. I have IC 1795, the Fishhead Nebula. I have NGC 7293, the Helix Nebula, and NGC 253, the Sculptor Galaxy. And Sculptor Galaxy, that will be a question because that's not until after 1:30 in the morning that it becomes visible in this kind of trench. But the good thing is I'll be able to test out this whole concept of live stacking on my desktop 2 telescopes because I've like a week ago I did a live stack when I first implemented the saving of subframes. I did a live stack of one telescope. I didn't try live stacking 2. So this will be a first. So unfortunately I have to approach the editor and go I have to go change the directory here. So you notice it has the device name here. So one major problem with this kind of with a code as is now the good thing is these files won't clash the file names because I have the device name in the file name. So I can write multiple telescopes into one directory without the files kind of colliding. One problem with this with this path is it doesn't have the name of the target in the path. And so I'm after each imaging session, I'm going to have to clear the directory. Although theoretically I don't have to, because Serial, when you start the live stack, only starts looking at the files at that point onward. But I don't want to have to, in case I want to stack them manually after the fact. I don't want to mess with it. Um, so let me actually really quickly, I've got both of these, and what I want to do, these are just in continuous exposure mode. What I want to do is go to, I think I did autofocus on the right one. I think I'm just going to autofocus both of them, just to be safe. And to do that, what I'm going to do is temporarily bring the preview time down to 1 second. And then I'm going to trigger the autofocus. And so this should start autofocusing, and then I'm going to switch to telescope 2, do the autofocus there, and then we'll go to the first target, which is Pluto. So did I pull anything recently from the repo? How recently? I mean, I don't think I've pulled anything since like 3 or 4 hours ago. And that was kind of intentional because I didn't want to destabilize things. Looking at the I'm safe. That sounds ominous. I'm safe. Okay, that's good. Good to know. Well, that was part of the reason why I wanted to have the latest code, or I wanted to have relatively recent code, but actually even before sunset, I put both telescopes in scenery mode and started kind of, doing a few commands operations with it just to make sure that everything was kind of working okay. So I just wanted to make sure. So here, so this is the raw subframes. You can see it went like that, it went dim, and then you can see the autofocus happening. I'm not sure if it made it better or worse, but hopefully it made it better. And so now I will do telescope B and telescope B, and I'm going to change this to 1 second. And yeah, I hate it when that happens. Wrote a really cool parser, but used it in the wrong place. Let me save this. Will it save? Okay. And then I'm going to go. Actually, what I need to do is I need to switch back the other telescope to 10 seconds. Badly broke SoC, pushed it and then reverted it. Yeah, no, I missed all of that. I did see that there were a number of commits after I grabbed the code, and then I'm like, I'm not touching it because everything seems to be working. Of course, I say that everything seems to be working. Okay. Whoa. What in the world? That looks pretty bad. That's a lot of noise. Let me, maybe I did do autofocus on this one. I'm leery of, like, I don't know what's going on there. So I'll go back to, let's go back to, I'm going to change these to 2 seconds just because I think that's a good number. It's a good number that kind of, I think it can still function, and it in my skies, I can get more detail when I'm looking at target. So let me restart, and then these should start going into the unified directory. Okay. And I love how it ends up kind of, so it's on telescope B. And what I'm going to do is go to. That's like kind of messed up. Okay, fine. So I'm going to go look for Pluto. And we'll get going, get right to the topic at hand. So use J2000 and go. And so this should start. Oh, I only did it on A. I meant to do it in the federated mode. Darn it. Because then it does the exact same thing, but oops. Next time I'll do federated mode, where basically enter the target once and it goes with both telescopes. So this should start. This is starting to go. The image hasn't updated, so I can oops, I keep doing that. Live view. Okay, this one's, oh no, that's also, okay, so it's going, and oops. All right, okay, so auto go to, did this already get to the target? So I changed the code. So now this should be going into unified, and here it is. See, you can see A and B. Oh, but see, it's because that's one thing I need to do is when it's kind of not imaging, like when it's doing a go to operation, I shouldn't save the frames. But that's okay for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do different targets here. I'm going to do, actually, let me do it off screen because it's easier for me to do it from the command line. So, because I'm already in the directory here. And so what I will do is, what should I call it? I will call this, what targets am I doing? I'm doing Pluto. I'm going to do NGC 281. I'm going to do IC 1795. I'm going to do NGC 7293 and NGC 253, maybe. And I'm going to have a directory called scratch of basically all kind of the misfires. And I'm going to put it, and I'm going to get rid of this untitled directory. Okay, so now it's saving. Is it actually at Pluto? Okay, it might be. This is telescope B. And I think, actually, what I want to do, I don't know if I'll have to do this every time. Hopefully not. I mean, this is all kind of an experiment. Maybe I'll just leave it on a 10-second exposure and see how it works. So this is telescope B. I'll switch telescope A to 10 seconds as well. Okay, so this is telescope, which one is it? This one is 1. So let me switch this to the, so I've got telescope 1 over here, I've got telescope 2 over here, and that was weird. All right. Okay. So once this comes up, I will get the live stacking going. Let me bring up Cyril, and we will try this out. All right. Actually, let me change the directory because it's still pointing at a local drive, or I mean a drive on the laptop instead of the external drive. Unfortunately, this is a little fussy because it isn't saving the target name. Once that is in place, I think this will be a little bit easier to deal with. Okay. So I have Cyril now set to that unified directory. I went to minimize or deminimize it. Okay. So it's on the unified directory. So let's look at what we've got going here. I've got a bunch of stuff here, and these both look, they're pointing at the same area. I can tell the patterns are the same. One thing that is bothering me is these are drifting. So it might be because horizontal calibration wasn't, maybe it didn't complete. So I'm going to try this now, see how it works. But first what I'm going to do, I'm going to just take all the FITS files up to this point, and I'm just going to put them in the scratch directory for now. So I know everything in here is just Pluto. Okay, so let's start it going. Go, and did I hit it? Oh. Window popped up off screen. So I'm just going to hit go. Let's see what happens with this. Oh, hi Chief Astro. Thanks for even briefly joining. I appreciate it. You're going to go image Jupiter. That's cool. Cool. Is this, did I start it? Is it imaging? Oh. Do I actually have to, I guess, let me stop. I guess it actually needs to be in this lights directory here, which is fine. So let me go try that. Okay, pre-processing. Oh yeah, here we go. We're getting going. Okay, it got 2 images. Oh, it's up to 12 images. Nice. 15. Wow. What do you know? Boy, look at all of that. Oh boy, that's terrible. That's colorful. It's a rainbow effect. It's not what I was looking for. Which one of these is causing this issue? Let me go look at the, it is an interesting test, but so far it's failing. What's interesting? Oh, look, I had a plane or a satellite. Could it be that it's not applying the dark frames when I'm doing it this way. In which case, maybe I need to take a slightly different approach to this. Because I don't see the color, those colors. I mean, I see some, stuck pixels or something, but this is really kind of interesting effect, but not what I'm looking for. I don't know why it's beach balling. It's not like it's running low on memory. Or is it? It's pegging the something's pegging the CPU. Noise is 23. Oh. So the good news is it's stacking everything. The bad news is, yeah, no dark frame integration. So what I'm going to try, I kind of had seen a little bit of this before, but what I'm going to try is I'm actually going to try an imaging session. Now, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try something here. So I'm gonna stop this because this is pretty hideous. Um, but what I'm going to do is first I'm going to change both of these to, there's method to my madness. I'm partly for ease of kind of being able to tell um, one scope from the other. But what I'm going to do is change it down to 1 second. So, sorry, Seestar doesn't have the color crayon. Yeah, I mean, it's like, wow, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, it's not happy with that. Yeah, well, so that's going to be another thing. I'm going to try one thing first and see if that fixes it. If it doesn't fix it, I'm going to try just doing a single scope and see what happens with that. So, okay, so I changed these down to 1 second each. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to image, I'm actually going to kick off an imaging session with both of these. Now these should be fairly dim, or they should be dimmer because I changed it down to 1 second. Let's bring this back. Oh, hey, it threw an error, another error. Exception. Okay, yeah, I know about that one. Okay. Wow. What in the world? That should not be that dim. Let me look at the all sky camera, make sure that like some mystery cloud didn't come in while I was not paying attention. Okay. No. They're both pointing kind of the direction I would expect them to. So what I'm going to do is let's go to, I have the Federation. I forgot I had Federation mode on this tab. So I'm going to go tell both of them to go back to Pluto. And hopefully, okay, this does have a star on there, but did I set it to 1 second or did I send it to like 1/10 of a second? No, I set it to a second. Set it to a second. Okay, strange. Frame calibrations. I'm just making sure there's not some other settings I want to change. Okay, fine. So it was just dim. So once these have gone back to Pluto, I'm going to start stacking them. But the way the software works right now, it doesn't pull the stack, it pulls the preview frames, which is actually what I'm wondering is if it will be actually, yeah. So let me see how this goes. B A, okay. It should be loading there. Okay, here. Okay, good. Yep, they're pointing at the same direction, so I'm going to hit record there. I'm going to hit record there, and it should start stacking, but it'll probably do. And so I wonder what the frames are going to look like that come out of it. It's trying to do the alignment. Yeah, both of them are, and both are going to fail, which is unfortunate. So maybe the next target I do, I should figure out which one will not fail. Where the object's high enough in the sky and doesn't have obstructions to side. It's interesting that this one is just trying to get it. Okay, cool. Yeah, they should both fail because the object's too low and there's stuff nearby. And really we need to add the substage here because it's doing a bunch of different things here, not just the 3-point alignment. Let's see. Okay, stacking has started on this one. Stacking has not yet started on this one. It should be soon. Okay, one stack frame. That's positive. Now what will be interesting? Let me go look at. Is this the unified directory? This is the unified directory. And yeah, look at how. So I changed the. There's so much noise in my skies. When I changed it from a 10-second preview to 1 second, it just got really dim, barely visible. Okay. Wait, that's B. So where's A? Oh man. Is it not saving the frames? Or wait. No. Darn it. So this might now. The plan A didn't work. Plan B isn't behaving the way I expect it to behave. So it might be plan C where I just go back to a single telescope. Which still could be interesting. I could do a single telescope stacking in Serial versus the Seestar stacking in Seestar. Might be okay. Yeah, unfortunately, this is no longer saving images. Because now it's in stacking mode, even though, anyway. Oh well. So let me stop this, and then I'll go back to just doing one telescope, subframes. I'll do stop and stop. And then I'll do telescope A. Oops. Yikes. I'll do telescope A, and first let me go change the, let me see if I can get away with going back to 10 seconds. Okay. So only one telescope will be imaging shortly. Keep doing that. Live view. Okay. So let me go clear out this directory. I'm just throwing it in Scratch for now. Hello, Chris makes that. How's it going tonight? I'm trying something. I'm trying to stack outside of the Seestar software. So, well, trying to live stack out of the Seestar. So having SSE save out the subframes, and then onto an external SSD, and then using Serial to live stack the result. The only problem I ran into is I tried 2 telescopes, and there's like terrible color noise there. Okay, so it seems to be drifting. And I wonder if that's just a symptom of the alignment, but we'll see. Let's see if see, this is what Cyril did on the first attempt. So I'm going to try this again. And okay. We'll see if it starts going all kind of technicolor. Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to zoom this, and I ended up shrinking it, which was not. Oh, okay. Now. Hate that when I do that. Well, that's not helpful. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is interesting. With a single telescope, it's not doing the weird behavior. That's interesting. And yet it's stacking. Looks soft. Maybe I do need to autofocus this one. There's nothing wrong with it per se. I think the idea was if I could get multiple telescopes to generate, if I could pull the frames from multiple telescopes, I could perhaps stack them, together, which you can't do with the Seestar. The other thing is I'm still kind of on a quest to figure out if I can live stack a mosaic where the panels are being imaged by multiple telescopes at the same time, because that might be interesting. We could also potentially, some software might be able to do some processing. Some of the live stacking software might do some processing that the Seestar itself wouldn't do. This is experimental squared, like this is even more experimental than live view itself. It's just seeing if we can produce, first off, if we can produce a result that's not completely terrible, but also if we can do something that we couldn't do with just the Seestar by default. That was the thought process on that. And perhaps doing some other kind of processing, like if you could somehow drizzle on the fly, that could be, or drizzle stack, live drizzle stack. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I saw this when I did a single telescope last time. The I did get a few of these artifacts. And here's like a red one. I mean, the problem is the tracking isn't great right now. It's kind of drifting, and this might be a hot pixel um, that's just kind of drifting along, or a stuck pixel. Yeah, yeah, the Northern Lights. Yeah, it's I'm getting all kinds of stuff here. Um, so this is interesting. So when I did two, it was bad. The results were bad. But now that I'm doing just one, um, the results aren't as bad. Maybe because the alignment isn't good, and Cyril specifically is struggling trying to live stack that. Maybe the fact that it's drifting combined with that is causing issues. But for the most part, this is working. So, with a single telescope. So I'm on exposure 80. Yeah, I was actually thinking of doing that. Let me check one more thing here. Just I was actually wanting to see if I could figure out where Pluto is in this. This is so finicky. I need to almost have like a mouse scroll wheel. Yeah, I'm not going to figure out where Pluto is in that mess, but so let me go ahead and so I've proved that that works. So I just need to stop this one, and I will go to this telescope. So once this goes to canceled, okay, it's canceled. Let me double check the settings on this one. Let me stop the live stacking. Okay, let me change this to 10 seconds. Actually, let me see what this one was set to. Okay, good. This one was set to 10 seconds. So I set it the second telescope to 10 seconds. So now let me clear out this directory. I have even more of a reason to save as many of these as possible, because I want to I want to analyze the light files after the fact and just see how I if I process them in a kind of a batch non-live mode, how it turns out. Okay, so let's go live star. I actually had added code where it would kind of automatically bounce you to the screen when you turned it into star mode, but that was causing some other issues, so I shut it off temporarily. Okay, so that should now be generating files, and it is. And we can look at them, look great. Well, as great as they look. Let me start live stacking. Okay. So that's frame 1, 2. And let's see what it... Oh, see, look at this. It's this telescope. It is totally this telescope. Interesting. I wonder... Yeah, so Wiley site, if you're there, what do you think that could be? Could that be like there's some dark? That wouldn't be a dark frame issue. That is so weird. And this is specifically my newer Seestar. I mean, they're about the same vintage. It's not that much newer. And they're both running the same firmware. Um, I wonder if I should like restart this one and try redoing it. Yeah, because that's pretty bad. So I'm going to stop this. This is telescope 2. Try capturing a regular frame. But when I was doing imaging on it, it wasn't doing this. Although these do have, there are some color spots on there. Let me try recording this one, going into stacking mode and see what it comes up with. Sometimes it has problems with alignment. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one that consistently has alignment problems. Hello, Tech Gamer. How's it going? Thanks for joining. I'm my live stacking, but that is interesting because I have two very similar Seestars, both mounted in the same, like right next to each other in the backyard. Same firmware. And then, but yet one was producing a much different result than the other. Oh, nice. Imaging triangulum. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm gonna. I was briefly debating triangulum tonight, but I would consider it if this works out. But if being able to combine two telescopes works out, but if if I can live stack two telescopes, if I can't, then I'm not gonna. Then I'm not gonna bother. Let me see. Doing triangulum just because it's so low surface brightness. Okay, it's supposedly stacking. It's attempting to stack. One thing I should do is, so this is telescope B. Let me see what this one is like on its, how level it is. 4 degrees. That could be a problem. Although the other one isn't much better. It's 3 degrees. That's pretty terrible. That is one thing I did not do before the live stream is try to get them leveled. So this is, let me go to, let me look at the logs here. File's not a zip file. Yeah, some of this, again, I want to fix it before we go turn this off. Experimental mode. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so let me go back to imaging mode or live view and see what it looks like. Only 2 frames. Yikes. All right, well, we'll see what this looks like. Yeah, no color, no weird colors. Granted, there's only 2 frames, unless, could it be the reason it's rejecting so much is there's some weirdness going on? You know what, maybe I'm just going to start from scratch on this one because I was doing some experiments with both of them. So maybe I just start over with this one. I'm just waiting for this to update again to see. It's still having a high reject rate. Okay, I think I'm going to just reboot this one real quick and stop it and go, okay, and go commands and go reboot. Okay, so this one's going to reboot. Then I'm going to do the startup sequence again, and I'll try pointing it at Pluto again, and we'll see. We'll see if it makes any difference. Probably not, but you never know. And while we're waiting for that, if you haven't liked the video, please consider liking and subscribing if you haven't already, just so others can get the video recommended to them. Appreciate it. This is just kind of the last time what I want to do is go back to, no, I want to keep it here. I should probably add that event log to that screen so you can monitor things. Maybe not. Or maybe a little pop-up. Yeah, I did remember this time because last few videos I don't say like and subscribe until the very end, which but yeah, if yeah, this is interesting. Okay, it did reconnect. So let's go look at LA. Hold on before I do that. Oh, hello Jovi. How's it going? Thanks for joining. I just rebooted one of my Seestars, and let me go ahead and run the nope. What is it doing? Is it thinking about it? This has happened to me before. So let me go commands, startup sequence, confirm. Yeah, it didn't ask me. So I think it still thought it was offline. All right, so this is running. It is doing its thing. Yeah, you didn't miss the stream tonight. That's yeah, thanks for popping in. Thanks for joining. It is a Friday night, so like how long does this take to start up? Yeah, maybe I'll go to live and then I can monitor it here. Okay, idle. Is that right? Okay, yeah. So that's done. So I can go to Pluto not physically, just observationally. Submit. And then we'll go to back to live view. It's starting to track, and it's starting to go. And so the test I'm going to do now that this is, now that I restarted this one, what do I want? How do I want to test this? So I wonder. Yeah. I may have to look into that some more, the being able to use dark frames somehow. Maybe that's part of the problem. But it's interesting that one of the telescopes, it has all that noise, all that colorful noise, but the other one doesn't. So we'll see. I have rebooted it. Once it starts, once it's locked onto Pluto, I'm going to go ahead and start the live stack again. And if it still has an issue, I'm not sure. Not sure what I'm going to do next with this telescope. I definitely will proceed with the other one. Yeah, okay, so it's still trying to find Pluto. Let's see what this looks like. So this is the one that I'm pointing at, Pluto. And that is pointing the wrong direction. Pluto is to the right, which is where this one is pointed. For some reason, this one is pointing like 90 degrees away from where it should be. Very interesting. Yeah, plates all failed, no doubt. You're not even pointing in the right direction, not even close. Yeah, if this fails, I'll move on to the next target and maybe, yeah, and just go from there. The next target I will be going to is, I think I will do, I think I'll do NGC 281, Pac-Man Nebula. Maybe I'll try imaging with both of them just to try to get them to calibrate themselves properly, because I don't think either one is calibrated right now, the horizontal calibration. Oh, look at the in the corner here, a plane flying by. Why does it think Pluto's that way? It still hasn't corrected itself. That's not a good sign. Yeah, plates all failed. Auto go to failed. Okay, it just gave up. All right. Well, that's awesome. I wonder. All right, so we will go. This one just totally failed. It's totally pointing at the wrong thing, so we're just going to move on to NGC. NGC 281, and we'll just start from scratch with a new target, because that one has a fair amount of stars, and it's pretty decent, that area. Okay, this is canceled. Okay, so I'm just gonna go. All right, so let's go to the go-to page. I'm gonna do NGC 281, deep sky object, go. And then I'm going to take all of these lights. Is it still generating them? I hope it finished generating them. And I'm going to just delete all these. Okay. All right, cool. So let's go back to the telescopes and see. Yeah, time to image Vega. Although Vega, I can't actually see. Vega's blocked right now, I think. Yeah, just my lousy backyard. I did mention this last night that yeah, I was talking about going to Bortle 4 sky, which isn't as dark as some people are used to, but it's a lot darker than what I'm used to. So I will definitely be bringing telescopes. Let's see that it's, oops, wrong one. I want to make sure that both of them should be pointing to the left. This one's doing the right thing. It's pointing to the left. This one is not. I hope it's still moving. Because really it should image and say, oh, I'm pointing completely the wrong direction. There's no moon, so that shouldn't be a factor. That would be an interesting test to do. If there's some kind of, yeah, maybe. I always figured some of the issues with that scope were just related to, um, yeah, some mechanical factor, but maybe there's something weird going on with it, with the filter, or something else that I hadn't considered. All right. This one's still trying to go to, oh, I wonder, let me see. Very interesting. This one should already be imaging. This one is still going. Okay, so that, I swear that needs to, I should adjust the focus on that, because that seems, is this still drifting? Yeah, it's drifting. What I'm going to do is go back to what I was saying. I'm going to go to settings. I'm going to dial this back down, and then I'm going to just, oh, no, never mind. I was thinking there was some, I'm going to keep this at 10 seconds. So let me go ahead and start this one stacking. And because I don't think either one of them has done the horizontal calibration, so yeah, time to image a bright star. Yeah. Although this field has fairly bright stars, so let's see if this works. And then this one, now the $1 million question on the right one is, did it actually find where it needed to go? No. Why is it still pointing south? Or not southeast? It should be pointing, they both should be pointing at the same object. Yeah, there's something jacked up with that one. This one is acting weird. Okay, so this it's doing the 3-point alignment. Let me see. Tracking 3-point, 3-point. Is it actually 3-point? Doing the 3-point alignment, working. And yeah, this is it might be a bright star next if this doesn't work out. 3-point. Auto go to, still doing auto go to. And is it still going auto go to? Yeah, one thing, just trying to skim the logs as they're going by. Okay, I see annotations. Is it already imaging? Wow. This one is so confused. Maybe that's why it's having why it's struggling, because it's pointing at a building. And so it's not able to get off the building, I guess. Could it be that it's like that? Meanwhile, this one's the live stacking's working on this one. Okay, so I just move the controls up to try to get this one pointing at some stars. So that worked. So now I'm just gonna maybe move up a little bit more, and then I'm just gonna try recording, kicking off. Yeah, that one, it is really confused. I mean, it doesn't help that like my backyard is an obstacle course for telescope for smart or semi-smart telescopes. um, uh, okay, so yeah, I think it was pointing at the neighbor's house. Hopefully they weren't looking at the window wondering why is there a telescope pointing in my window. Not at all suspicious. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, turn it off, restart. Yeah. Well, no, but this one I did reboot. Well, okay, I didn't turn it off. I did reboot it through software. But if I turn it off, I'm gonna have to go downstairs, which might be okay. I could always switch to the purely the backyard camera view and then go down and restart it. Okay, so this is attempting to do the 3-point alignment, and it should be high enough up. Maybe it'll actually work because it should be pointing high enough that there shouldn't be any obstructions either to the left or right of where it's pointing now. Yeah, I need, let's see, auto, move by angle, exposure. Oh, that's A. Wheel move, scope track. Working. Auto go to is still working. Because if this actually finally calibrates itself, that'll be good. Because ideally I want to be able to live stack both of them together. And so far that isn't really, the dream is not working right now. Why did it disconnect? Okay, balance sensor. It's interesting that it generated a balance sensor event. Exposure. Did it actually? Oh, dark library. Okay, now. Auto go to complete. Does that mean it actually was able to do its calibration? That would be nice. 3-point alignment was working. And 3-point alignment was working. And tracking true manual state scope go to. Did it calibrate? Definitely needs to be a better way of telling if it calibrated or if it succeeded or not. I don't know if there is a way. Oh, maybe it did. Oh, we'll see. And it actually is stacking now. Of course, not off to a great start. Already dropped the first frame. And the second frame. And the third frame. It is really not off to a great start. Let me go look at these images, see if it's generating any live frame. Of course it's not. Well, this is very frustrating for me. I'm sure it's not. Wow, it is dropping every frame. Very strange. I've got one stacked frame. Yeah. There's something odd about that right one. Maybe because it's just too out of level? Perhaps. And now it got like 4 frames in a row, which is 5 frames in a row. Okay. Is it even... Let me go. I had made a change where if you go away from live view and then go back, it should actually kind of come back. No, that's the thing. There aren't any clouds. It's like pretty good conditions, and I don't think it's even particularly breezy. Yeah, and that's what I would think, that the 3-point calibration would have fixed the alignment. It's very strange. And why is this saying loading now? Oh, did I actually? Okay. Just waiting for this to come back. Start. Okay, good. It should start showing up. The image should start showing up here. That's so weird. It like dropped the 6 frames. But maybe this was a different issue. Well, no, then I say that and then it does a 7th frame. But sometimes I have that issue where it will fail several frames in a row at the beginning. And then because it's drifting, like it's not tracking properly, and then eventually it kind of gets it together, but then sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. Well, it is stacking. It's not totally failing. So let me go ahead and go to NGC 281 and we'll try this again. And what I'm going to do is, no, that's not the problem. Never mind. I was going to say part of the problem with this target is, well, I didn't turn on the light pollution filter, but that wouldn't explain why it's all kind of strange. I keep doing that. I go to image when I mean live. All right. So it's going to NGC 281. Just if for no other reason, I can try to analyze what was going on during all of this. Okay, so continuous exposure, and I should be able to bring it up in here. And if this works and it starts saving the subframes, okay, I can tell. I think I can tell that it's pointing at the right place. Let's see, is it saving subframes? It's saving subframes. So, oh, look at that. It's not drifting. Remember it was drifting between frames? Maybe that'll help. Okay, let's try doing serial here. We will go live. Now, does this, can I turn this off? No. Okay. So 4, 5. So we'll see if this starts generating noise. There are some red pixels here. Interesting. No, there's some colorful ones there. Maybe there's a problem with... Huh. Wait. Trying to get this aligned. There we go. Yeah, this is having issues. Hi, Brad. How's it going? Thanks for joining this evening. Wow, this is really producing some weird results. Specifically this telescope. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Because they're really, like, why this one and not the other one? Let me try the, actually this is the alpha version of serial. I'm not saying it, is the gain set the same? That's a good question. I think it is. How long has this one been doing the colorful results? Well, the thing is with this is, whoa, what just happened? The thing with this one is, specifically, I'm having SSC dump out the FITS files, and I'm live stacking inside serial, and the other telescope didn't do that. But when I don't live stack, but actually just stack normally inside of this telescope using the Seestar app, it doesn't do this weird kind of color effect. Yeah, Elephant Nebula. I'll have to see if I can get to that one. Ideally, I'd like to get this where I can stack both of the telescopes at the same time. Or, I mean, combine them together. But I can't even, this one I can't even live stack properly. Actually, what would be interesting, let me do a test here. I'm going to stop this. And I am going to get rid of all these live stack files. And I'm going to get rid of these files. And I'm going to actually just try stacking it. And see what it looks like when I stack it in Serial. All right. Okay. So I've got a clean directory. I'm going to change the directory up a level. Let's not pick this directory. Okay. And I'm just going to do a quick, pre-processing. And then I'm not going to do any kind of stretch. I'll just, although it'll be interesting. Okay. I wasn't sure if maybe it would get confused because those files are already debared. I think. Are they? I think they're, yeah, they're already debared. So object. Yeah, see, look, no artifacts. And maybe now that said, this doesn't look fantastic. And I wonder if it's the a problem with the darks. Because look at all the noise on this one. And how many images are in this one? There are like, yeah, there's there's like 158 frames. So I wonder if oh, you know, this is, maybe that's part of my problem here. Let me go switch to this. Let me go do settings. I have it set back to 2 seconds. So let me go do 10 seconds. I don't think it'll help with the rainbow noise, but who knows? Let me, so this is, NGC 281, and go back to live view, and it should start generating frames, and then I'll try live stacking this one, and with 10-second exposures. Yeah. Okay, here's the first one. Looks fine. Go to Serial, live stack, go. Okay. Oh, I need to change the directory. It's in the lights directory. Hit open, go. All right. All right, it's got 3 images. So I'll let this stack just for a brief moment and see if this works or if this has artifacts as well. Yeah, I'm seeing the greens and the reds. Yeah. I wonder what would be another good launching paint dry. Yeah, this isn't the most exciting, but it's for science. It's for science. Maybe yeah, it is very weird. I might have to reconsider what I'm doing here on this particular image. I wonder if there's maybe I need to try some other um, live stacking software. Yeah. What's because Cyril definitely seems to be having some struggles with it. I wonder if I go cancel and then shift only registration, will that help it? Yeah. The only thing that concerns me about ASTAP is complexity. Yeah, I see that. I see. Well, has it reloaded the file? Um, yeah. Well, I might go ahead and try ASTAP just for the sake of completeness. And if this doesn't work, I might go back to just capturing images, plain images, and then I'll combine them after the fact. Because this live stacking of two telescopes is not actually just the one in particular is having a lot of issues. I'm changing to the external drive and Astro and SSC frames, unified lights, camera. Actually, what I'm gonna do is let me stop this one. See, this is starting to have the color, so I'm gonna stop this. I'm going to clear out all these just to not distract ASTAP. Move to trash. Okay, so I will try this. Oof. Yikes. Let's see if this goes. I'm gonna quit Cyril. Yeah, because this is coming up with. And actually, let me go back to the directory because I think it. No, weird. Okay. ASTAP here. Hit go. Oh, that looks even better. Yeah, that's not great. Oh, live stacking, light objects, dark exposure, flat filter. Where does science end and insanity begin? I think the line is very fuzzy, especially on on my live stream. Looks overstretched. Yeah, yeah. Your eyes burn. Yeah, this. Yeah. I So one thing I had mentioned previously, let me hide this so I don't burn anybody's retinas. One thing I had mentioned is I'm going to have quite a few days of good weather, and uh, yeah, and so I'll be able to do observing just about every night, I think, over the next week. But I wasn't necessarily going to do a live stream. I think next time I do some observing without a live stream, I'm going to try to figure out this live stacking so I don't subject everybody to this, because this is kind of yeah, this insanity. So we will go back to, so the live stacking is causing issues with one of the telescopes, and the other one I could do, but there were some artifacts in it. I might go ahead and maybe I'll go ahead and point both of them at NGC 281 and try the one that is less strange, the A telescope, and see if I can do a live stack with that one. But I'll go ahead and image the other one, and based on how that works, I'll either continue doing that for the other targets, or I'll just go purely to just the Seestar stacking for tonight until I sort out the live stacking so I don't burn anybody's eyes again. So let's go. Supposedly both of these are pointing at NGC 281, but I'm just going to go ahead and force them to go to NGC 281. Well, let me reload this. Go to, I'm just going to force it. It should be pretty quick because it's already there. The one thing I do need to do is engage. It doesn't explain why the stars are all problematic, but I do want to turn on the light pollution filter once both of them are kind of looking at the target. So I'm just going to let that go for a bit. Yeah, and like the focus looks about where they usually are. Oh, look at this. Remember the sensor? It said it was like at 3 and 4, the two telescopes. Now they're back to like less than 1 degree and 1.4 degree off. Like that balancing is just, yeah, weird. And the compass directions, they are really confused, these two telescopes. Okay, they're both on target. So what do I want to do here? I want to go to settings on both, and I want to turn on the light pollution filter on both. And did I go stats instead of? Okay, so 10-second, I don't care about that, but I do want to enable the light pollution filter. And this one, same thing. I want to enable the light pollution filter. The one on the right is the one that was having the artifacts. So I'm going to, the artifacts of the external live stacking. So I'm going to switch this to just live stack internally. So I'll go here, and then this one, let me clear out. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Yeah, so what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to restart. Basically, so I haven't had to restart for a while, so that's good. But basically, I'm going to go back to the discrete directories, one per device, because otherwise both of them, right now, you either save the subframes, it's an all or none thing. So you save the subframes for both telescopes or neither. And so they don't end up all jumbled together. I'm going to split them back into two different directories. So just a quick restart. And connected, starting, yada, yada, yada. Okay, I think that's good. Good. Okay, great. So, not as much live coding tonight. There hasn't been. It didn't start off great, but so this one, I will go to image. Nope, I keep doing image. I mean to go live. And this one is going to be generating subframes. And then this one, I'm going to actually record. And then we can compare. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to wait for this to load. And I can already see on this one, the Pac-Man Nebula right there. And you can see it there too. Yeah, okay. For a moment, I thought the RA and DEC were completely off, but they're very, very close to each other. So this is the one with the weird artifacts, the one on the right. So I'm going to use the internal recording. And then this one should be generating subframes in the Seestar B directory. These are ones from earlier. So where are the new ones? Okay, these are the new ones starting here at 2200. So let me move these out of the way. And these were, who knows what these were, but I'm going to call them under NGC 253. All right. So now I have that, and I should be able to start live stacking that. And that's telescope. Wait, no. Wrong telescope. I don't want telescope B, I want telescope A. Telescope A is the one that isn't having the color fringing weird color issues. So 281. Okay. So now let's bring up Stellarium. Not Stellarium, Cyril. And this one I need to go back to live for reasons that will become apparent in a moment. And okay, here, change this directory, not unified. I want Seestar A, lights, open, and start live stacking. And hopefully this won't produce color fringing, but if it does, then I'm just gonna abandon mission with external live stacking tonight. But I will continue to save the subframes both in the Seestar telescope and outside, because I may try to go ahead and compare them later to see what kind of differences there might be. Okay, so this is running. Let's go back to here, go back to live view. 12 frames. Don't tell me it's having issues. It's having problems. Dang it. I mean, the good thing is theoretically, I should be able to restart this. I need to figure out what that task queue issue is. That's another thing where I need to have I need to do some development during a dark night to try to work out these remaining issues. Hopefully, fingers crossed this weekend, and then I can merge the latest changes in and others can look at it. All right. Okay. 22 telescopes. No, not quite. Not quite. Why? It's very frustrating. Let me go back to that screen and let's see if this solves, or go back to stats, see if this resolves itself. How often does it do the task queue message? I don't see any more task queue messages. Okay, let's go back to what is going on with this task queue thing? That's interesting. I moved off live view. Oh, that was the other thing. That, remember I said at the beginning that, or maybe I said it yesterday, that maybe part of my issue is you can only have 6 HTTP 1.1 requests open at the same time in one browser. So maybe what I need to start doing is running 2 browsers, because there's multiple requests going on to build a single page. Okay, so this is, all right, so this is the kind of the weird Seestar. This is the stack with the Graxpert stretch applied to it. So let's compare it with the Serial Live stack, which we're up to 71 images. Let me go back to here, make sure I'm generating images. It's up to 73 images. Okay. So that is that. Actually, let me separate these. And we can look at this one. All right, so besides the fact that it's flipped, now granted this is only 25 frames on the right, whereas this one's already stacked 87. 90? Wow. How big are these frames? Let me look. Or how frequent are these frames? I set the frames to 10 seconds, but the images being saved are sometimes, okay, no, they're over 10 seconds between each other. Well, not consistently. Weird. But yeah, so this is, given that there's so many more being already on this one, it's kind of, the results are inconclusive. And it's starting to get some color artifacts here. Now, these are probably just individual hot pixels, but there are quite a few of them if you look closely. So it's not, and yet if those issues weren't there when I stacked it in Serial directly. It was just live stacking. So I wonder if some of it is, yeah, walking noise too. I wonder how much of it is just I wonder if some other software would do a better job than Cyril at the live stacking. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was hoping that I could use this to combine the images from two telescopes, but clearly, at least with Cyril and these scopes, unless there's some setting I need to change, it's not going to work, or it's not workable. But yeah, I need to look at other live stacking software. Now, what's interesting is, to be completely fair, if you look on the one on the right, there are there is some of those kind of stuck pixels, but when you process it, it I guess it ends up kind of fixing it. Because like if you look in here, come on, you can see some of them. Oh, they're not. Yeah, a little disappointing. A little some blues in here. A little disappointing that, because I think the problem is the last time I ended up live stacking, I must have been live stacking the one telescope that was kind of okay, and so like there was, a few little artifacts, but it wasn't so objectionable like the other telescope was. And so I wonder, I had hoped that I could just combine the two. Um, yeah, well, I mean, maybe the tracking's just terrible, or, I mean, sometimes you also get field rotation. Um, but like that's a straight line, so yeah, unclear. Yeah, sharp cap. Yeah. See, this is where I was talking about last recently. No, maybe it was on Discord that so I still have unopened. I mean, I was busy this week, but it's the weekend, so the Raspberry Pi 5 will hopefully be opened. It's still in its box. Um, but I'm going to be building a device there, but the conversation I was having on Discord is, I do think I'm going to have some kind of Astro PC that's like one of the mini PCs. I have somewhere over here a B-Link, a little, small mini PC, kind of Nook, Intel Nooks ish sized. Um, Now that one is running Linux. I ended up it came with Windows, and I reformatted it and put Linux on it because for what I was using it, I wanted Linux. But I was thinking of picking up another one since you can get them for a couple $100 or even less. Um, some of them, and it would run Windows, and then um, I could run SharpCap. Yeah, let me look at SharpCap. Although, you know what's funny, I wonder, because I know some of the Windows software people actually have gotten it running using Wine. I wonder if you can do that. SharpCap Wine. This I'm luckily I have another monitor. I just move it off the screen. Let me take a sip of water here. I realized I haven't had anything to drink since I started. Running SharpCap on Mac OS. Says it will not run. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't. Um, yeah, so I'll either have to put it in a virtual machine or I need to just go, and put it on a Windows computer, like a mini PC. And it's things like that that are one of the reasons why I've been kind of thinking I'll probably end up just having to get another mini PC for all of the software that's more Windows specific, astronomy software. Yeah, so this is up to 57 frames only, whereas this is up to 228 frames. Although it's not like it's really, I mean, this isn't too bad. I mean, yeah, I guess it's fine. Yeah, in SharpCap, you can adjust the stretch factor. It'll clean up the image. I wonder. We'll have to think about that. I may see if I do have, since I'm not going to be using a Windows, because I mean, does SharpCap, can you just point it at like a directory and it'll read the files and stack them? Because really, that's all I need. I don't need it. I mean, it wouldn't be able to pull the images directly. So, um, like theoretically, I could run that in a virtual machine, which can, yeah, I'll have to think about that. Maybe that would be funny. Maybe I'll install Windows in a virtual machine on the mini PC I already have that's running Linux, just for the sake of doing the SharpCap, just to try it out at least before um, to hold me over until I buy a dedicated computer. But yeah, it's not too bad. Like this one hasn't completely gone off the rails like when I tried to live stack the other telescope. Okay, okay. Pay thing for Sharp. Yeah, SharpCap Pro. Um, let's see, SharpCap features, Pro features, planet live image processing, satellite trail removal, advanced live stacking. So maybe it does have some level of live stacking, but automatic dithering, color balance, sharpening, noise reduction. It helps keep rogue pixel values out. Airplanes with satellite tracks. Huh. Advanced noise reduction. Um, yeah, so maybe that's the answer. Maybe I need to try um, using SharpCap. Because ideally, I'd like to be able to combine both telescopes, and it would be nice if there's some way to do it. How much does it cost? Isn't it like, oh, cheap, 18 bucks. Okay, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Well, I just need to find a place I can install it. Um, maybe I'll put it on a virtual machine. Yeah. But that would be, because at least that would give options. And even then, once I do it, I'll if I go end up going this route, I won't necessarily figure it out on the live stream. I'll try to figure it out, you know, outside of a live stream. Or maybe I'll do like an unlisted live stream, and then people, if they want to watch me flail around, or maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, it's interesting. See, this, it does have, I mean, this is the one out of the Seestar, even has a little bit of the artifacts. Some blue squigglies and some red ones here too. Oops, did not mean to do that. But this one's holding up pretty well compared to the other telescope when I tried to do the same thing. So that's good. Yeah. And it's up to over 300 images? Has it been imaging that long? Nah, can't have. These frames must be less than, these frames have to be less than 10 seconds. 22, 21. So at 10:21. Yeah, so the 10:21 to 10:42, it's only been imaging for 20 minutes. So for it to have almost 300 images, it's only like 4 seconds a frame, right? Yeah, salmon skin with it, yeah. Well, I mean, some of it's just my Bortle 9 skies. So how many seconds? So this is 9 seconds, 11. It seems very, it's like very irregular, the amount of time between each frame, which is really strange. Yeah, read noise. What's really strange is I tell it to do a 10-second preview, and I'm not pulling images. It's I'm not pulling images from the Seestar. The Seestar is pushing the preview frames. So as soon as I get a preview frame, I'm saving it. So why would why is there, yeah, some of these are only like 4 seconds apart from each other. And some are longer. I mean, I could see it being longer because the network can be slow. But the fact some of them are, oh, unless that's the thing, because it's a TCP connection. But even then, it doesn't add up because it's done 358 images. But even if it's generating a new frame every 10 seconds, I would only expect there to be 120 frames. So that's weird. Yeah, the total count on files is 873, but that's because it's also doing these kind of processed ones. Although, yeah. So yeah, like 367. It doesn't quite add up. Oh yeah, 900, so it's just very weird. Yeah, that's very strange. Very, very, very strange. I mean, it's an interesting proof of concept, but it would be interesting to try. I mean, ASTAP kind of was blindingly green. This seems to be doing okay. I should try to get the free version of SharpCap maybe I'll do that over the weekend. Maybe I'll do it during the day this weekend and throw these frames on there and see what it does with them. Because if it can produce something like this but with fewer artifacts, or if I could combine the images, because I had saved all of the light frames even from earlier, and that if I could combine both telescopes and still get a reasonable result, then that's going to be the answer. But I'll have to just test it out. I can't test it out live because I don't have a Windows box handy, and I don't think I think it might be a bridge too far to set up a virtual machine and install Windows and then install SharpCap. It's like an hour later, well, or more after it applies all the Windows updates, especially for a new install. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean I mean it is working. Um Actually, what I could do if I really want to be, nah, that might be too much. I was thinking I could run the non-beta version of Serial or non-alpha version of Serial and then point it at the same directory and manually stack. But the problem is there's all those other fit files in the same directory that will interfere with that. But let me compare this again. Okay, so now we're up to, I mean, so this is misleading. It's 420 frames, but really this is only 20 minutes elapsed, and this is 20 minutes elapsed as well. Well, a bit over 20 minutes. And so this is kind of a close-ish comparison of stacking on the Seestar versus stacking outside the Seestar. I mean, definitely have gradients going on both. Kind of the same direction where it's like greener up here because it's flipped. Or yeah, flipped. But yeah. Yeah, so the one, because of the way I'm processing these files, it is using more space because I'm debarring the files are debarred when I save them. Whereas if you pull the raw subframes off the Seestar, it hasn't been debarred. So right off the bat, it's using 3 times as much storage per fit file. Now the processed files would be the same size because those are debarred, but the raw frames are not completely raw. They're actually debarred. Now that said, yeah, it's 3 times the storage, but the Seestar, you've got 60, well, less than 60 gig available, whereas with like this is on a 2 terabyte SSD, so even 3 times as much. I've got a lot of space. I think I ended up picking up that SSD when the prices, I think it was in the spring, there was like a glut of SSD. Like the prices had gone high for a bit and then they went really low. And I remember some tech website magazine where they were like, now's a great time to buy SSDs. So I bought like a couple of 2 terabyte ones. And I think I think I got them for like half the price the last time I saw I saw the same drive, and I think it had maybe not half, but it had gone up definitely since from the price I bought it for. So my only regret is I didn't buy more at at that point, because I ended up using them all for like the Eclipse, um, and some other things. Yeah, yeah. I think it's almost up to half an hour, so I'll probably stop these and then move on to the next target, because I was actually going to image other targets, but since we've determined that I can't, um, I wonder. Yeah, since I determined that I can't stack the two together, I'm going to do this on the next target as well, just to see if I get similar results. Um, so we'll see. I was going to do the fish head, but the Helix Nebula is coming into view, so let me look at that. Um, Now, even I just was, yeah, no, that wasn't the case. I was thinking, well, even though the results aren't as good, um, or even though I can't live stack both telescopes together, by running SSC and saving the frames locally, I do save a step of having to pull the frames off. But that they were noisy anyway when I stacked them manually, so I don't know if that maybe that was just a fluke. Okay. Uh, Good night, Joe V. Thanks for joining. Have a good evening, a good night, and talk to you later. Um, yeah, some vignetting on the Cyril stack. Let me see. Let me go back to that. Yeah, yeah, it's kind of weird. All kinds of artifacts on this one. Let me see. So Helix Nebula is almost visible, so maybe just in a little bit. Maybe I'll wait a few more minutes, and then I'll point both of the telescopes at the Helix Nebula, and we'll get that going. We'll do another A/B test, and then depending on how that works, um, wait a second. Okay, I saw this thing where it's at 32 gig free. I'm like, how did I use up that entire SSD? But no, that was my internal drive. Anyway, depending on how this turns out with the Helix Nebula, um, actually, let me look at that IC IC 1795. Okay, that's still fairly low. So I'll do that after the Helix Nebula, since the Helix Nebula I'm more constrained, since that's very low. Or I mean, since it's in this window where it's only briefly there. All right, so there's that and that. Okay. Yeah, like I say, it was kind of I'm fairly disappointed that I wasn't able to live stack both of them. So, but it was an interesting test. I mean, I'm able to save the images locally. I can stack them separately, or just kind of batch stack them. But when I try to live stack them in serial, the result isn't great, especially for the one telescope. Or yeah, maybe that's just the problem. Maybe it's just that one telescope. Maybe if it was better. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to play around with it another night. Maybe it's just a, I mean, the one thing I didn't do is power cycle that machine, that telescope. I rebooted it remotely, but I didn't power cycle it. So maybe if I try it again another night, maybe it'll work better. because ideally I want to, yeah. I mean, the other nice thing about doing it that way is it doesn't, of pulling the, having the subframe saved, or just streaming subframes, is I'm not using any space on the Seestar. Like on this telescope isn't the one producing these. It's not saving anything to the internal storage. Um, so that's kind of neat. Yeah, yeah. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try that with I mean, because I know what the Helix Nebula looks like, so maybe I'll do that with the Helix Nebula. And I'll leave the directories separate, so then I can try live stacking them each separately. Because otherwise, yeah, because that issue with the color the stars streaking, um, that showed itself with just a single telescope. So yeah, this is turning out okay. I mean, it's not quite an apples to apples comparison because this is using that Grassprit stretch. So this is just using, I mean, it's using the serial stretch, but I feel like the Grassprit one sometimes can be good. But I think I'm going to go ahead and stop these and then go ahead and move on to the Helix. So I'm going to go ahead and take a screenshot of these just for a point in time. Okay, I'm going to stop that. And then we'll change this one to, I'm going to stop that one. And then I'm going to clean up the directory. All the stuff I produced here. I'm going to get rid of these live stack files. So many files. Live stack. And the live, these other live stack, the registered ones. And then I'll go to the new destination and we'll start this again. Oops. Now I do have to change the exposure time. So let me go do that over here before I forget. Settings, 10 seconds, switch it to 5 seconds. 5 seconds, not half a second. Okay, save, saved, fine, great. Now, this is Seestar A. I changed Seestar B, so here's Seestar A. Let me go off that, and I'm going to hit stop. Even though it's not really saving anything, I'm just switching it off of continuous exposure mode, so it should stop. It should stop producing subframes. So now I can go. So this is 270 NGC 273. Oops. I did not mean to do that. I put it. Oh, no, that was right. Cool. And now I do this and put this in NGC 281, not 2. We're not doing 253 yet. 253 is that galaxy. So I made a mistake. 281. Okay. All right. All right. And almost there. Okay. Clear. Directories are clear. So I can go to target of, what was I going to go to? I was going to go to Helix, NGC 7293. And look it up and go. And if we go look at the live view, we can see them in action. And so both telescopes are pointing to the left. They're both going to switch to pointing at the right because that's where, that's to the south, which is where the Helix Nebula will be. So hopefully it'll be in view because it's going to be, as I've mentioned on previous live streams, this isn't necessarily a accurate roof line. So this might be a bit off. Hopefully it isn't, but we will find out shortly. And so I set it to this telescope I set to 5 seconds for the preview. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to actually stack in the Seestar. I'm just going to go ahead and go back to saving the subframes and see if the 5-second frames are better. From a kind of the noise, the color fringing issues. Not fringing, but the color trailing, star trailing issues. It's very strange. Are these even pointing at the right direction? Let me go look. Let's look with this. Which one? We'll go look at this. Yeah, one thing I want to do on the next live stream is try to focus more on imaging instead of yeah, I'm gonna try to figure out this live stacking thing. Seeing if I can even live stack both telescopes together, because that's my kind of, that would definitely be one of the, that's a big thing I want to do, is being able to live stack both telescopes at the same time into one image. Now, the next level thing I want to do is to be able to live stack both telescopes into the same mosaic where they're working on different panels. But so far I haven't seen any software that does that. If anybody has any suggestions, I'm all ears for that, because yeah, it's not obvious to me that such a thing exists. All right, so this should be done. Okay, great. I can even see the helix. Now this is the one that's 10 seconds, so let me see if this one's working. And this should be the 5-second exposure one. And there we go. Whoa. What in the world is going on with this one? Like, why does it have this blob here? I mean, am I? Actually, that'll be interesting. Let me try live stacking that and see what happens. So this is telescope B. Wait, it's moving. Do you see that? What is that thing? That is so odd. Maybe it's some foreground thing? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, double F stop. Let me see this. Let me see what this. Let me try live stacking B. Um Change directory to B. And open and start. And we'll see what happens. It could be a bug, to be honest. Like, we do have a lot of bugs in our yard. Negative 999 seconds of cumulative exposure. Whoa. It is not happy. Oh, that was one of the reasons. This was unfortunately one of the reasons why I ended up not using lower uh, times. It's because it's just let me try 7.5 seconds. Lower times I wasn't getting enough star matches, and there's no way to change it in serial for live stacking. For stacking, you can do it, but for live stacking, there's no way to do it. At least there wasn't, because I saw a forum post where someone asked, and they were told it doesn't support it. Still only one image stacked. Let me see if I can resize this window. I think it's like it was maximized, but for some reason, yeah. Okay. Is it still running? It's just not. Let me look to make sure it's still generating frames. I think. Okay, it's still generating frames. I think. No, it's not generating frames. So whatever I did there. Oh, I know why it's not generating frames. It's because I went off live view, and live view now shuts itself down when you're not looking at live view. Okay, so I changed it to 7.5 seconds, so we'll see if it actually, if that gives it enough stars to match on. See, that's another reason why I think, wow, and it really shifted too. Man, this is all kinds of fail. I mean, I guess there's just not enough stars there. Maybe I can turn it to, I'll go back to 10 seconds real quick. And 10 seconds. And save. I wonder if you can go past 10 seconds. No, see then, yeah, never mind. I'm sure you can, but then you run into, yeah, bigger issues, bigger problems. Okay, all right. All right, so so I changed it to 10 seconds. You can see, but even then it's like still not much detail. Maybe because this is a low target with the light pollution filter in a Bortle 9. Maybe it's just too little information. Yeah, because it's like it's only able to match 7 stars and it wants 10, I think. So yeah, so let me try doing it on the other telescope to see if that even makes a difference. It's probably going to have the same problem. Okay. Open live stack. Okay, it processed 3 whole images. Oh, hey, up to 6 images now. What in the world? Why is the other one? Maybe the focus is a little off on that one. Maybe I need to refocus that one. Although I say that now this one's also failing on some of the frames, so but some of them are succeeding. More of them are succeeding on this one. Still not spectacular, but start at 10 and then drop to 5 with the stack. Right, that's a good point. Let me clear this out. Let me see. So B is on 10 seconds right now, so I'm going to go ahead and move all of these to this is 7293. All right, and I'm just going to clear out this stuff, move to trash. All right, so let's move. This is telescope B. Why isn't B? It's still the issue I have with multiple targets. I mean, multiple connections to the same web server. That's annoying. Okay, restart this. Nope. Okay, so it's set to 10 seconds. Let me quickly restart. All right, restart. Maybe turn off the filter. Yeah, let me try that. Okay, I've got this. So I'm getting 10-second with light pollution filter frames on telescope B, or I should be, once they start showing up. Okay, I'll let it do 2 or 3 of them, and then I'll turn off the light pollution filter and drop it to 5 seconds. And actually, I'm going to stop the live stack here, and I will switch. Oops, wrong. Cyril, switch to B, open, start. Okay, so hopefully it'll stack all 3 or 4 frames, or at least a majority of them. And nope. Which makes me wonder if let's look at these frames. Okay, so let me open with quick fits. Okay, so I've got, this is one of the Seestar B, the one that's kind of is this the one? So let me pick one of these. So this is the one. It is interesting. If you look, there is more noise on this one. Like look at all the... Does this one just have more stuck pixels? I mean, is that what the problem is with this one? Because look, you've got, like, if you zoom in here, like the center, like, look at this one. That's interesting. I mean, and to be honest, I think this telescope is actually the one, this is the one I've used more, the one that has all the stuck pixels. I mean, historically. That is interesting. That's the problem. I mean, as far as like why the live stacking is weird. Like it's all over. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I mean, it's one of two things. Either there's something off about this telescope, or I just need to power cycle it. Actually, I'm tempted to power cycle it right now. I think I will. Let me see. Let me see how much turn on. But turn on filter 0. Oh, so odd. Anyway, let me go see. Let me try that. Filter 0. Settings. Or no, commands. Which is filter 0? The darks? Use dark filter. Oh, right. Yeah. No, I now I know. Now I understand what you're saying. And let me switch back to I wonder if it'll generate. Okay, we're on telescope B. Okay, it generated. Okay, see, look, this is with the dark filter. Look at all this. Although this is interesting. I mean, we could use this, I could use this as a dark for live stacking, right? Or I could take a bunch of these. Let me see. Yeah, they're all in the same position. Like the color, the dots. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I would expect them to be in the same spot, but what? Why could that be? But I think I'm just going to accumulate a few of these and then maybe I can generate. Yeah, I could. Because does Cyril handle the master? Yeah, master dark. I could create my own master dark. Yeah. Although that is interesting. That's an interesting thought too. Because I'm saving these myself. Right now I'm calling it lights, but I could automatically name these darks. See, that's something you can't do in the app. So I could do that. I could generate my own darks. I mean, I could label them explicitly dark. darks. Oh. But like, look at all that. That's interesting. Very interesting. Now what I want to do is I want to do that the same thing on the other one. Let me see what that one looks like. Commands, use dark filter. Okay, this is telescope 1, just confirming. And then go, yeah, and then we could actually, yeah, I like this. This is something that could be interesting. Maybe. Something to try out. Live. Okay, so this is generating that. This is still generating the darks. And is this one? Okay, this is the target. Okay, here's the dark. Yeah, look, it doesn't have that kind of I mean there's a few pixels like that, but that other one has a lot. Like, look at how many this has. Wow, that has a lot. Like, it's all over the frame. Yeah. I'll change the exposure to 30 seconds. Let me try this. This is the one that's cleaner. 10. I'm going to stop the stacking of this because that's not going to work. Can I turn this to 30? Let's try this. So this is telescope 1, which is the relatively clean one. All right. And then I'll go back to live view. And so now it's doing, start doing 30-second darks. And that was telescope A. So 23 should be coming up with another. There we go. Oh, wow. What? Wait. It looks like it removed the filter for me, which is not what I wanted. Let's go back. Settings. Not settings, commands. Oh, that's interesting. If you change, I wonder if you change the, oh. Hello, Bodrick? Or Bodrick? Thanks. I don't know if if you've joined the live stream before, but thanks for joining. Yeah, these live streams, they kind of go in random directions sometimes. I mean, especially because, you know, I've using the Seestar Alp software, we're kind of tinkering around in some ways on the fly with the telescope. Did I actually execute this? Okay, LP filter. Actually, I did. I remember. Okay, so it should be on the, oh no, not the light pollution filter. I want to go dark filter. Okay, dark filter. And it should be set to 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So let's go back to live view. And okay, the live view really doesn't matter. I'm more interested in the files it's dumping out. Yeah, look at the trailing with 30-second exposures. But yeah, these are the 10-second darks. Okay, here's a 30-second dark. I mean, there's some pretty faint. But now for something really horrific, let me try changing this one to 30-second darks. Go to 30 seconds, 30 seconds, save. And then I'm going to go to commands and just double check that I've got it set to the dark filter. And then I will go live and view this. Yeah, 2 different dark frame readouts. Well, yeah, I think that's precisely the issue I'm running into. Because like telescope A, this is what a 30-second dark looks like on telescope A, but telescope B, that's what no. Did it switch back again? Let me wait for the next one to load. Yeah, it turned. Oh no, it hasn't. It should be getting another frame shortly. It looks like it removed the dark filter. Oh. Let's see, go back to stats, go back on this one. Let's see what happened. Is this having issues? That task queue depth is, okay, let's see. I'm just going to restart this. Okay, and all right. And then, oops, 0 bytes. But yeah, I think that's precisely the issue. Now, is it loading? Okay, it's getting there. Okay, it loaded. Okay. Yeah, so if you look at that, this is a 30-second dark from the one telescope. And then this is a 30-second dark from the other one. Wait, quick fits. Yeah, see, look at the, let me, oops, do that. Yeah, and like, look at how much more noise there is on that one. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if it has an internal limit. But yeah, this is exactly my problem of why I couldn't. It was a nice thought. So now that we've established that, and now that I've also established that because this is one of the problems if you don't have a rooted Seestar, you don't have access to the darks because it manages it all internally. But with this, we can pull the darks, we can generate the darks. Basically, yeah, because we can turn the filter on, the dark filter on, and just stream the images out, and basically now I have darks. So that could be interesting. I wonder if there's some possibilities with that, like even if you're not combining telescopes, if this could be helpful you know, to create kind of your own master dark, and then you can apply that in serial. This might be something I might try out. Maybe I will try this on the next target. Um, I'm not necessarily going to process it, but I'm going to try generating the dark files and then imaging a target, and I'll see. And I'll do it on this. I'll do it with this one, the telescope on the right that has all the noise, or not noise, but yeah, that needs the most help. Interesting. So now the question would be, what could I do about that? Could I live stack each telescope separately and then stack them together live? Like stack the stacks? Is there software that does that? Yeah. Something, if anybody's familiar with something that would support my very peculiar use case of having two different telescopes live stacking together, I'm definitely open to hints. um, but yeah, that's an interesting to see how different the two of them are right now. Yeah, you need a workaround. Maybe try the good one with the shorter subs and the bad one with the longer. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe part of me just wants to. Well, let me see. Try the good one was shorter, and the bad one with longer, but use the darks from the bad one. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, that's a very good point. I might try it, but I don't think I'm going to try it on the live stream, mostly because I'm not as familiar with like the live stacking in serial in general. Um, so I think I want to fiddle around with it a bit. But that is interesting. Maybe use two darks, one for each sensor. Yeah. Actually, let me look at something here. Sharp cap. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Sharp. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. What was I looking at here? But this is interesting. I do like that I'm able to generate these dark files. Um, what was I going to look at with this? Try the good ones, shorter sub. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to figure out where I was going with this, but I wanted to look at the controls for. Um, maybe. Huh. Actually, let me look this up. Serial live stacking. Click the directory, deep air, remove gradient, statistics, stacking, configuration. Okay, configuration. You must have stacked your files. Okay, you have to load them in the calibration tab. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think before I do this live, Yeah. Can you stack the dark frames free and then average the dark frames? I probably could. I mean, since this one, the this target is such a mess, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move on to the next target, and I'm gonna like reset all the parameters on the telescope, go back to 10-second exposures, and then I'll take a series of darks for both telescopes and then switch. Yeah, I'll start with that. Let's start with that. So let me see what target I was going to look at next. So I got some time on the helix. Let me look at fish head. Fish head. Fish heads. Fish heads. Roly-poly fish heads. Fish heads. Fish heads. Eat them up. Yum. I don't know if anybody remembers that song. Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling, but that was one of those novelty songs, as they call it. So I see. So before I do it, I need to switch back both of my telescopes to switch the settings. I will go to back to 10 seconds, and then light pollution filter is off, and I will go make sure that I am on the IR cut filter, and then that's that one, and then I'm going to go to this one and switch this one is already at 10 seconds, and just for good measure do the same thing here with IR cut. Good. And actually very good, Dr. Demeno. Yeah, I mean, I was on his radio station, Dr. Demeno. I have some CDs I got like in the 90s from his things that were on his radio station, I think. I've got a, yeah. Okay, cool. So, yeah, but very good, Dr. Demento. Okay, so we will go. Actually, so. All right, because we've got stars back again. And I wonder, yeah. Huh. So, no, not go to. I'm just going to go to stats for now. I'm going to put both of these on the stats page. Whoa. Okay, so I've got A and B on the stats page, and now I go on the, I have Federation, I go to, I see 1795, look it up, and go. And so now this should be going to the target. Okay, auto go to, and this one should be doing auto go to. And look, the balance sensor is back to 3 degrees, 2.7. Like nothing is changing with the mount. It's just, it must just be play in the mechanism. Anyway, so this is going to IC 1795. As soon as it's pointing at that, I'm going to force dark images, force darks. Oops, sorry about that. So I'll change I'll leave it at 10 seconds. I'll switch to the light pollution filter, or not light pollution, I'll turn on the dark filter and then go to imaging, and the software will start recording darks. Now what I need to do is clear out what I've already got in the directory. This is, and I'm gonna process these later, but these are all helix nebula. So, plus, I mean, unfortunately, there's some darks kind of in there, but I'll sort it out. This is kind of the opposite of cooking shows, where the cooking show they show you the ingredients and then they kind of like bring out the finished cake. Here I'm just, yeah, the ingredients are all over the place, and then I'll go off and try to make a finished cake. That was a weird analogy. All right, cool. So this is also helix. And now, so this is all cleared out. And then I need to make sure, how many dark frames do you think I should shoot for? We can have it so auto turns on. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's, yeah, it should be, that should be the default. You're right. 20. Okay, 20 dark frames. Okay. So what I'm going to do is once these, okay, these are now, this one is now on target. This one's still figuring it out. Okay, no, this one's on target as well. So they both should be where they need to be. So I am going to go change to dark filter and change this one to dark filter. Yeah, this was kind of an unexpected turn of events, but I wasn't expecting to have to start messing around with darks, but it's a good exercise. Setting command, sorry. Dark, okay. All right, so we should now have the dark filter engaged for both. No frames have been captured because it hasn't gone to live view mode. I keep doing that. Live view mode. And, okay. And then this one goes to live, live. Okay, so now they should both be trying to load images, which should force the logic where it starts saving them. Yeah, and it's one of those things, hindsight's 2020, but yeah, now, yeah, in retrospect, I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was just thinking it was magically, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. But clearly it wasn't, yeah, it's more obvious in retrospect now. But it's good. It's a good exercise, especially now that I can generate darks here. So here's some nice high quality darks. Why is this not one? Again, telescope B is underperforming. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of on this one. And this one definitely is not great. What's the temperature on these two? One's 52 Celsius and the other's 54 Celsius. I think that's like the CPU temperature. Oops. All right, so yeah, this one is underperforming. Like this one's cranking out darks, whereas this one's barely doing it. Don't tell me this one's still 30 seconds. I thought I changed that. Maybe I changed the number and forgot to hit save. Oops. That might do it. Okay, I'm going to delete those darks so I don't accidentally end up using it. Yeah, sensor lottery. And it's interesting because I got both of them around the same time, but okay. It ended up, when I changed the time, it ended up disengaging the dark filter. So let me turn the dark filter back on and go back to live. Okay, cool. I'm gonna delete these. Yeah, Wiley site, I don't know if you'd been following all this, but I don't know how helpful it might be, but with the ability to save, um, or how helpful it would be for your workflow, but with the ability to save subframes externally from the Seestar using live view, I'm able, by changing the exposure time to like 10 seconds and engaging the dark filter, I'm able to create darks. So like these are the darks with one of the telescopes, and these are the darks with the other one. 10-second exposure. But yeah, I'll leave this going until I've gotten a few more. I think I have plenty for this one. So I'm gonna stop this one, the Seestar A, and go just to stats. By going off live view, it'll stop. It should eventually stop saving the subframes. And really, I need to come up with a better way of doing that. But another future me problem. Why is it still saving a... Shouldn't be saving that. Okay, so this one... So I got like 45 on the other one, so I'll wait until the total count gets up to maybe 80 or 90. I'm gonna have another sip of water here. And what I need to do is, before I forget, I'm gonna create what is it, a new folder. I hate it when it puts it down there. Oh, okay, it doesn't. Oh, it did. Darks. And then these are all darks, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll change this to darks 10 second. Thanks for noting that. Now, to be fair, I only typically do 10-second exposures, but it's still good to note that. Cool. But yeah, look at all this. Okay, a couple more. Yeah, temperature affects dark. So what should I put as the temperature? It is now outside Oops, did not mean to do that. Okay. It is, I'll call it 70 degrees outside. Just for grins. It's 70 70 freedom units. Freedom degrees. 70 freedom degrees. Okay, so go back to stats. All right, cool. So then this, I'll wait until this stops. And then, yeah. Oh, use the Seestar temp. Fair enough. 54 degrees. 54, 54, 54 degrees Celsius. And then this one is, not that it probably makes that much difference. 50, I'll call it 53 degrees Celsius. Non-freedom. Sorry, I can't help. Yeah, sensor temperature. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think I got enough of these, and I think it stopped generating them. I hope so. All right, so let's see. It's been such a long time since I've generated a dark, embarrassingly. Where is... do I just stack them? Is there a specific dark stacking step in here? Or do I just point it? No, I need to generate the master dark. Well, I need to generate 2 master darks. I can't even remember the last time I did this. Seestar's rotted my brain. Let's just stack. Okay. Okay, yeah. But it's darks, so that I'll have to manually stack it. That's fine. So let me change. Yeah, because it, okay. I'll start with A, darks, open, and then add all the files. Yeah, just use as master dark. Power change. Okay, so I've got that, and I don't need to debear it. Call it darks. Don't think there's any conversion that needs to happen because it was got the sequence. Don't need to calibrate it. Do I even need to register it? No. Should just need to stack it, right? Now, which method should I use? Let me look that up. converting the files. Sequence, dark, fine, biases, sequence, start. Set the parameters as above. Average stacking. Okay, it's just the default. Average stack with rejection. Okay. Oh, normalization. No normalization. Let's see, is that right? Normalization wins some. All sigma output. Okay, fine. Start stacking. Should be pretty quick. It was. Let me see what this looks like. And dark stacked. Is that what that? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. I was just making sure that. Oh, and this is A. Okay. Huh. Okay. Okay, fine. I got A, so we will clear this out. And actually, let me change the directory to B darks open add darks convert. Don't need to do any register plot. No, stack. No normalization. Fine. Okay, start. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. So this is the master dark. And then, oops. And then this one is, let me see what this looks like. Oh yeah, that's pretty bad. Look at all that. Okay, so I've got that one. And what do I want to do with this one? Where do I have to put this for live stacking? Oh. Yeah. Okay. So I just should have to, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try just doing one of the telescopes initially, the one that's got the biggest issue. I'm going to try the master dark. And I'll put it in the light directory. No, why did it put it there? Okay. So this is, so theoretically, if I go change my directory to this and go open, then click that, it did not pick that up. Why did it not pick that up? Because you've got to set, let me go clear this out. Clean sequence, calibration. I forgot to specify the master dark. Okay, great. Open, no dark optimization. Fine, I'll just, I'm not going to touch any of these, just for grins. I'll see how this works. So like if I go this, why doesn't it have, because it should theoretically pick up the dark. Let me see. Okay. Okay. To use master files, you must have stacked your first have stacked your files. Then once done, and before launching the session, please load them in the calibration. I put it in the calibration. Maybe auto evaluation. No. So why isn't it? I have it specified. Let me just restart Serial. Sometimes it just ends up in a weird. I mean, this is the alpha version, but okay. Okay. All right. I restarted it. Let's bring it over. Bring it up. Okay. It's in the right directory. And okay, that's there. Calibration. Let me pick that. It's there. I don't think there was. Why doesn't it say there's. Oh, cosmetic. Use master dark. That's weird. It's very weird because I have it here. It's just not picking it up when I. Oh, well, that's silly. It wasn't until I hit play that it picked up that there was a setting there. Okay, fine. Auto evaluation, I guess that's fine. All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and start. And now I need to just start grabbing images and we'll see how this works with this target. Let's go look at this. 2. Okay, go to live view. And again, if you're watching this and you haven't liked the video, please do so because it does help. And also it tells YouTube that if you want to catch the live stream again, it will it's probably more likely to tell you that there's a live stream. That said, I'll probably have a live stream again tomorrow evening. At least that's the plan right now because the conditions are great, and so I'm trying to take advantage of it as much as I can. 2 times? Yeah, problem solving, it can be, it's good. Oh, oopsie. Speaking of problem solving, I think I forgot to turn the dark filter off. Oops. Let's try this again. Commands and go. I'm going to use a light pollution filter this time. And I'm going to stop the live stacking here. And I'm going to clear out these images. Okay, so it finally, something showed up here, but I'm going to delete all of it. Except for the master dark. Okay. So let's start this again. Didn't mean to do that live. Go to live, go to star. And then if this looks somewhat passable, I think I'm going to go change it to try to combine everything back into the unified directory and then apply this dark, which is the worst of the 2 darks, and just see if that makes it a little bit better. Okay, so there's the image. Now let me start the live stack again. Zero images stacked. Okay. Okay. So we'll see what happens now with the noise. Well, yes, I said please like the video, but also feel free to subscribe. I have a lot of great content coming up. I do hope to, or not hope. I do have some videos planned coming up. I do want to do some more stuff related to the standalone videos related to Seestar Alp and also the all sky camera video that has been kind of in the works for a long time. So look at this, 14 frames, and it's not like looking terrible. I mean, compared to the what it had been doing. So that is encouraging, very, very encouraging. So the fact that I'm able to now, that said, I do see some other artifacts in here. Although this is another thing. Yeah, we're not dithering, but then it's not necessarily, the tracking isn't necessarily super stable. Yeah, you can see it drifting a little bit. See? Like it's kind of, you can see the frames kind of moving, some of the stars. But yeah, the color stars are gone. I mean, okay, I see one here and a little bit here, but for the most part, it's a massive improvement. Massive improvement. Now, this is fantastic. So, of course, now the test will be to try to. Yeah, okay, so I see a few. Like, here's a bright red one, here's a little green kind of trail there. There's a few. But applying the dark made an enormous difference. So the test, the big test now will be to, I'm going to try, let's see, in the unified directory, there's still stuff there. I don't even know what this was from in this unified directory. There's not a whole lot there. I don't even know what that is, but I'll throw it in the scratch directory for lack of a better place. Yeah. Well, I mean, some of it did show up pretty quickly, some of the trailing. Yeah, I mean, because it started pretty quickly getting some of those, like, yeah. No, I think it's making a big difference. Yeah, it's a huge difference. So now the big test will be to take, um, I'm gonna shut down shut down everything. How do I want to do this? Yeah, because I need to bounce the code to go back to this. And really, I did say at the beginning I wasn't planning on doing much code editing, and I really haven't compared to like even last night. So let me just stop this, and it should start writing. Oh, let me stop this. Okay, and then Okay, actually, let me look at what Cyril's showing. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that was almost 80 frames, 80 images. Um, yeah, looks pretty reasonable. The Fish Nebula. Now, the 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 question will be: Is it? Will it be? Will the telescopes be close enough where it'll not have issues? The stacking with Cyril. No, sorry, I wasn't thinking. No, that's not even a factor. Okay, so let me put this in the lights directory. I'm just trying it with the worst of the two telescopes and just seeing if it is somewhat okay. Yeah, yeah, Cyril is still yeah. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this exercise is if I use sharp cap, I know that I definitely have to apply darks to it because yeah, the Seestar is, especially with that one telescope, it has so much dark noise or whatever you call it, weird artifacts. Um, okay. Well, that's quick. Okay, so B is already showing up. And let me go ahead and I'm going to restart the live stack. And only B has started writing into the directory so far. Oh, stop. Problem is I need to change directories. Forgot to change directories. Okay, lights, open, start. Okay, it should, okay, cool. But this is kind of what I would expect because it's only taking the images from the B telescope, which is the one that had all the artifacts, and it's using the master dark for the B telescope. So now I'm going to start up imaging on the A telescope. It's already doing imaging, but it's not saving the frames. So I'm starting that by just going to this screen, and it should start. Okay, so it's got B. Okay, an A showed up. Okay, so if things start going really haywire very quickly, we'll know it's because the dark for the B telescope isn't helping enough, or it's because it's in different positions or whatever. Even though the A telescope is a bit cleaner, but ideally the B one cleans up enough of the noise. Now, the last time I got up to, was it like 50 or 60 frames? Now, since we're running two, it's accumulating data twice as fast, which yeah. Now, the other positive thing is that it's actually matching, which I was having a problem before with the stars not matching. But we're up to 40 already. And I do see some artifacts, but I do see like here's a red one, green one. But they're not quite like those like long trails that were showing up before. Yeah, fingers crossed. It's actually looking pretty good. I mean, maybe the only thing that's making this somewhat passable is that um, maybe the only thing that's making this somewhat passable is that one of the telescopes is fairly has has a lot less of an issue than the other one. And so by correcting for the worst one, it kind of makes it okay. Yeah, because we're already up to 60 frames. Yeah. Yeah, no, and so that's what I did. I created master darks for both, but I'm actually only using the master dark for the one, the B one. Um, which was the one that had the terrible noise. So it would be interesting if there were multiple ones, how you could deal with it if they had if you had more than one that had bad noise. But yeah, we're already past 80 frames. And it does have this noise number here. I haven't really been carefully monitoring the noise number. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see some artifacts, and I also see, the other thing I see, unfortunately, are these the black speckle kind of things. Um, so maybe that's also a symptom of, yeah, yeah. But yeah, besides that, it's actually not too bad. I mean, all things considered, compared to what it had been with that one telescope. But yeah, yeah. So the concept, so it is possible. It is possible to live stack. Now we'll see how long this will go before the artifacts start getting too much, or maybe maybe as more data comes in, maybe it'll be okay, and some of it'll average out. Although I am seeing a few blue things, but yeah, we'll see as it accumulates more data. But it's theoretically possible to live stack two different Seestars into one uh, using Serial into one image. Um, at least with my two Seestars. Your mileage may vary. um, but yeah, this is actually great. Great, great. Yeah, like I say, I've said this before. If you're watching this and you haven't liked, please like the video, because I think um, I do think that makes a difference as far as how many people end up watching the video. But who knows? Yeah, just need to build. Yeah, so this again, it goes back to I need to try sharp cap. But I mean, this was a good exercise, so at least this translates over having the dark from the one telescope and then trying to apply it to both. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it would be I mean, it might I wouldn't say it's maybe necessarily completely novel, but it might be a little different compared to what a lot of people do. So, um, but yeah, we're up to 136 images, and it's still kind of holding together, which is good. And you can definitely see kind of the the fish head coming out. So let me go look at this. So I'm gonna let this roll for a bit. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do the sculptor galaxy on stream, but I'll probably do that off stream. Wait, what just happened? Why is this black? Wait a second. Don't tell me. Never mind. It's not as good as I thought it was. Nope. I spoke too soon. Let me stop this. I forgot to turn off the darn filter. But the good thing is that noise would still be present. So, let me go ahead and change this one. I can't believe I did that. Light pollution filter, execute, confirm. Okay, so that should go back to, and then I gotta just purge all of these. The good thing is the way it's sorted, it's all, let me delete this, and okay, we've got images finally. Oops, oopsie. I mean, I think it was still a valid test. I mean, it was still valid because, yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Hold on, let me clear up these. Okay, and I've got to leave the master dark in place. All right, and then get rid of these R files. Yeah, so basically what I think, like if even though that had the dark filter on the A telescope, if it would have been adding noise that the master dark for the B telescope, that the master dark for the B telescope couldn't clean up, it would have, I think it would have showed up, but it wasn't. It didn't, I should say. Okay, so let's delete. Wait, did I just delete the wrong thing? Or no, I didn't. Never mind. I didn't delete the wrong thing. Let me close this up so I don't accidentally do something there. Okay, so I've got the A telescope. I'm getting images in. And here's the B telescope. So let's see if this actually works. Did I start it? So it was up to 159 images. So we'll see how many it processes versus. Okay. All right. The noise number is going down. 23. Okay. How many images are there? 149 already? Oh no. Yeah, because it's double counted. So it wasn't, it appeared to be up to 159 because it included some from the other telescope that were blank. I mean, that had the dark filter engaged. But is catching up. Okay, the noise has gotten down back to single digits. Okay. Again, so far I'm not seeing any artifact. I mean, none of the big colored kind of artifacts. I'm glad I noticed it just then instead of letting it go for like an hour. That would have been annoying. It's like, yeah, I stacked two telescopes together. One of them is darks. Oops. Okay. Um, is it caught up yet? How many lights were there? 125 lights. So theoretically it should, oops, it should get up to 125 and then it'll be caught up. Okay, it's getting there. I mean, again, it seems okay. I mean, again, it's got these dark splotches, but you get that sometimes with I definitely want to try this in sharp cap. Most certainly. So at this point, it'll probably get close to 130 and it'll be caught up. As far as the colorful artifacts, I'm not seeing a whole lot of them. I see like this red here, green here. I see all these splotchy things all over. I wonder if some of that'll get worse or if it'll average out. Hmm. I mean, it is accumulating data at a good clip. Almost, yeah, 158 images. Yeah. Yeah, so making progress. Okay, so yeah, the colorful artifacts aren't, but like look at the some of these dark. I've seen this on some other people's images. This kind of dark. Some of these dark artifacts here. I wonder if that's related to the fact the dark is only for the one telescope and not the other. Is it getting worse, those artifacts? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, salmon skin. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna I'm gonna let this accumulate for a little bit and then I'll probably call it a night. Well, I mean, I am using the darks from the worst Seestar, and I wonder, I mean, maybe I'm not thinking about this correctly, but I'm wondering if that's like, if it's because it's being applied to the light frames from the Seestar that aren't as bad, and it's like overcorrecting. Does that make sense? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, and look, we're starting to get these things. And I wonder if that's like field rotation. Is that like field rotation? Like, is the image? Let me see that. Let me look at these frames. Oh no, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. Let me look at the B frames. Actually, I need to resort it. That was the problem. Okay, look at the B frames. It's, yeah, you can see it rotating very slowly. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I can try. I can certainly try. I have both of them separately. Both of them separate. So I'm going to stop this. And let's try this again. Where is Cyril? Where is Cyril? Okay, here. Whoa. Whoa, look at that. So I'm going to take a photo of this just for, so this is 306 frames. So let's go conversion and actually it's under frames, darks. There's that dark, and then this was the frames, dark, dark. This, didn't mean to do that. Frames, dark, that, add, remove, okay. And I call unified dark. And stack it. No normalization. Would I do additive? I'll just try no normalization. Start stacking. Unified dark. Let me find that. Let me move this out of the way. And okay. And all right, it's already there. So let me move. Let me remove unified darks and unified darks conversion and unified darks sequence. Okay, and then live stack and our live stack. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. I'm going to move the master dark out of here and remove our live stack. And yeah, I cleaned it up. So now I go and I'm going to just restart Cyril just because sometimes it ends up remembering something that's annoying to clear out. All right. Okay. We've got it here. And let's go get calibration. Use dark. It's going to be unified dark. I'm going to say auto evaluate. Leave all that. Don't think I need to change anything else there, right? So then I go like this. And it should be in the right directory. Unified lights. And let's go. Okay, so it's got the, let's switch to the console. No, it's already, I already see green stars. I already see artifacts. And they're getting worse. Yeah. Like it's only loaded 18 images and you can see it all over the place. So that's interesting. So it works for a bit when one telescope's much worse than the other, but eventually it starts creating some artifacts on its own. But if you combine the darks, yeah. Yeah, it didn't quite work. If you combine the darks, I mean, I feel like it did tone it down, but it toned down bits of it, but then made other, like it definitely has more of the color artifacts than with just the one dark. So yeah. So then that goes back to, would it be possible to do two live stacks? Actually, let me look something up here because Cyril has, that might be something, I'm not going to do it tonight, but that might be something to try out. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave this run I'm gonna leave this catching up right now. Why is it? I'm gonna let this catch up to like 300, which is where the other one started having the massive salmon. But like, look at some of the streaks in there. Like, but this would be interesting. So Cyril supports, what do you call it? Headless live stacking. So I wonder, I wonder if it would be possible to then basically have two live stacks going, one for each telescope, and then stack the result, stacking all the way down. So let me see. So what is this output as it's stacking? So it generates these files. These are just the individual subframes. And then here's the registered ones. Okay. And then it writes out the final, the stacked. What's the name of the file that's completely stacked? Live stack 001. So it's actually live stack. It's actually this file. This file is the, oh yeah. So here's the final, or here's the stacked file, the live stacked file. So if you could live stack each telescope and then stack both of these, yeah, that might work. 3 live stacks. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like this one, how much CPU is this one using? Like Cyril is, yeah, it might work. And I mean, it does say, what does it say? It said, like if you look at Cyril, like it's only taking a couple hundred milliseconds to do the stack, and it's getting a new frame every 10 seconds. So yeah, it's mostly going to be kind of sitting there, not doing a whole lot. But yeah, I think I'm going to try that out, but not tonight. I might try that, separately. See if I can do it from the command line. Have two headless stacks running, one for each telescope with their own darks, and then combine the two images together somehow. Yeah. Yeah, the third stack would only have 2 subs. So basically it wouldn't even, it would be kind of a live stack, but it would work a little differently. I'd just basically be continuously restacking those 2 frames, 2 subs. Yeah. And actually, I'll have to think about that because there might be some other things I could try. But at least it's kind of, we have learned something here tonight. That if you want really groovy live stacks, try stacking 2 telescopes to try stacking the subs from 2 telescopes together live, and you get really groovy results. Like, yeah, look, it's, the other one was up to 300 and it had dark kind of artifacts, but this has colorful artifacts. So yeah. But yeah, no, this was a good exercise. Yeah. The one positive, or the most, I do think it could potentially be useful, is the ability to extract live, or to basically generate your own darks. Um, and actually, I guess it was possible to do that before, I think. like by starting to image on the Seestar, and I don't know, did that actually work? If you force it to image, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, it's okay, sure. It has a hot pixel filter that will get those color trails. Well, that's good to know. Very good to know. Yeah, because I mean, there's definitely potential there, like being able to collect twice as much data. So I think one of the things I need to try to figure out is how I can get SharpCap running on, since I don't have a lot of Windows computers around here. So, um, but yeah, well, thanks for joining me on this interesting little journey tonight. Uh, didn't quite work the way I had hoped, but I think it was, man, look at some of those trails. Jeez. I do think it was a good exercise. And we kind of are definitely pushing Seestar, or doing some things that maybe are a little unorthodox here with the Seestar. Um, so that was all, it was all good. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that. I'm probably going to do another live stream tomorrow. I may dial it back on the experimentalness of it all. I may just do uh, plain imaging, perhaps do some mosaics. I had thought about doing the Veil Nebula, or the Cygnus, like the Cygnus loop. I might do that tomorrow. We'll have to see, but I think I might just use standard stacking within the Seestar tomorrow. Um, I mean, saving subframes so I can always process it outside of it. But yeah, I think that's where I'm going to leave it. Thanks. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and appreciate everybody who joined tonight. Um, and like I say, I'll probably do another one tomorrow evening. Um, let me look at the what it's going to look like tomorrow. And yeah, yeah, it looks great. Like, it was originally showing that maybe Sunday was going to be bad. Now it looks like Sunday's going to be good. I'm probably not going to do a live stream because I don't want to stay up too late, but I might use the opportunity to do some development. So, and actually, originally it was saying Thursday, Friday this upcoming week would be nice, but now it's looking cloudy. So I may get a few more live streams in between now and then. So, uh, yeah, but yeah, we'll admit it's only the stars. Um, but yeah, thanks for joining, and have a good evening, and or great good rest of your evening, and until next time, um, clear skies. Thanks. Good night.